All right. So in post, I thought, it's going to be good to kind of include the leveling route for any potential new people to the game. So, when you first start out, you're going to be in the Meridian section. Uh, and, once you kind of do a lot of the quests around and you get within level range, you got 4 to, I believe, it's either 7 or 8. What's kind of the highest you might see here? We see a 6. Maybe 6 is the highest. Okay, so it looks like 6 is the highest. So honestly, when you just kind of get your beginner quest and opening your chest, and when you get the activities kind of done in this section, and you get to at least level 4, that's when you're going to kind of come over here and start doing your circles. So range classes have a lot easier time doing this, but otherwise you can kind of just run into all the mobs and whatever AoE method you kind of have for your level at the time. A lot of times when you hit level 5, you'll get access to like a crate that'll give you an option between like a blue weapon that often has AoE. Other times you might have to kind of go exploring in dungeons to find something, but we'll go ahead and move to the next spot here, so we can kind of keep the video going, just so you get a little bit of an understanding of how the game works if you're new. Those operate by flight points, which are these obelisks. So the next the map will move here. Oh, what's going on? Okay. So we're going to the Enripid Zone, and then it's going to be right here in the Crimson Strongholds. You'll get to see what that's like. So the first area, the fish area, you'll do that until you're about level 7, level 8, depending on your taste for challenge with AoEing the mobs. 8 would just be a little bit more comfortable. But you'll see this is the place we're headed to right here. So if you haven't discovered this obelisk, this would be one of the first things you want to do, because it's going to be your respawn point, because you're undoubtedly going to die at some point whenever you're AoEing, really anywhere. So mandatory to pick that one up. So again, create character, get to level 4, go to fish area, get to level 8, come here. So we see 9. You typically want to try and be within the 2 to 3 level range. So we got 8, 9, 10. So it looks like 10 is the gap here. So you can kind of go around and drag all of these. This is one of the strongest AoE sections in the game that I've seen. So I know Mage is really strong with pulling this as long as you're good at kiting. Priest does okay with the level 5 dungeon clams. Warrior does okay with Raging Smash and some weapons that can quickly generate rage. Although the World Splitter is one of the best cleaving weapons. But that's what we're looking at for till about level, I think it's like 11 or 12. So you would go to 8 to 11. We're gonna find out as soon as we go to the next area here. So when you're coming to this next area, when you're around level 11, if I have it right, you're going to be going up to get the obelisk here, Azaram. And then it's over here in the Fields of Dawn, the 4 water pools. So we'll make our way over there. All right, so over here, we have, okay, 13, 14. So I think 11 was the right number. Yeah, so we got 13 and 14. So create character, get to 4, go to fish area, get to 8, go to Crimson Barracks, get to 11, come here, and then get to 15, and then we're going to go ahead and transition to the next area. This is kind of where you'll accumulate all of your green gear for your next section of your leveling journey. There's going to be some patrols over here. We'll see in a second. Okay, so here's the first one. So we're kind of south of the Ramberg area, but west of Fields of Dawn and Azaram. You can just refer to the map, East Madron Bridge, whatever you want to call it. So you're going to have these Wandering Elite packs. The one that's in purple there, the Captain, that's what's going to drop some gear and other useful items. So you're going to have one Wandering pack over here. And then you're going to have another that goes up and down this road. So from here to here. So you can just be killing these over and over again. Once you hit, 14 to 15, whatever, as far as your power and skill level go, whatever you're comfortable with taking those packs out. In between killing them, you can run through this field here. This is just a nice quick set of mobs to collect. So you can, pull the pack, take those down, grab some. I don't think it was anything other than this field. Yeah. So pack, run through this field, get the second pack. And then you can, check over here. I believe is kind of like the backup. Yeah, the backup pole. If you're going for efficiency, you could kind of you'll want to stay over there. But if the respawn is taking a second, you'll come over here and something will have respawned. By that point. So. Once you kind of collect full set of greens, at that point, we're going to head to the next area. I believe you head there at 16 or 17. Let's see. So we're going north to Exxon. All right, so we'll get our answer right now. And a lot of this video is kind of done in like 1 to 2 takes here. So none of this is super planned. I want it to be raw and unfiltered, nothing really hidden. See everything. All right, so if you're sitting at 15 and you're doing the packs, you need to at least get to about 16. It looks like you need to be 2 levels behind to not be getting run over or taken out from AoEing these mobs. I'll just do a quick circle around before kind of show the route here. Yeah, so, okay, we'll recap again. Create character, get to 4, go to fish area, get to 8, go to Crimson Barracks, get to 11, go to the little flower seedling guys, get to about 15, and then get to 16 by killing the 2 patrols over and over and some mob packs over here and over here. And you can always come over here earlier if you want, but it just all goes back to efficiency's sake. So, you know, you can kind of run around and pull whatever you're comfortable with. There is definitely a de-aggro here. So you can see, you know, you got a good cluster here. And then you'd kind of move on to grab, you know, maybe these 4 or these 4 into these guys at the fence. And then you'll grab your next set over here. So you have guys that are like all the way back. You know, kind of cluster, you know, these guys together. It's harder to pull because, you know, I'm level capped here, but you know, you kind of get the idea of how we're pulling these guys. And then this would be the last pack of guys, and you can always, you know, re-pull stragglers as you're doing this circle. All right, so you will do this until I think 20. We'll have to double check with the Rambert mobs here. And I'm gonna go ahead and run to the area from the bottom. You know, not everybody's gonna be aware that there's actually a second obelisk or flight point up here until they kind of explore a little bit more. So if you're hitting, you know, level 19 to 20, this is kind of when you come over here. Oh, and for those who might not be aware, you are able to have a mount fresh on character creation, so getting some money to buy one, or if you really want to opt for it, the store mount, which is free, you can always use that as well until you have enough money to buy your own. Highly recommended, because you know, everything you do in this game is gonna be made so much better, higher quality of life when you have one. All right, so let's take a look at the mob level here. Now your power spike is gonna be a lot better when you have some gear, you know, some blue gear sitting around level 20. If you're coming fresh up, you know, into the 0 to 25, you know, you at least need to grab, you know, a good weapon set before coming here. Otherwise, you're just gonna have a hard time. So we got 22, 23. And, you know, again, it's okay to have a three level difference, but, you know, it just all depends on what your build is and what you feel comfortable with. And you can always pull the easy packs until you get 1 level, and then, you know, move into pulling everything. So really, it's just the pull routine here is, you know, you kind of come up these stairs, you grab these guys, and you'll stop, you know, right about here, because again, you're gonna have some mobs that'll de-aggro. So you'll kill this cluster, and then you'll pull the remaining set over here, and then just go from there. And you'll do this all the way to 25. You know, you have a couple of you know, elite packs that kind of patrol through here that you can do. And if you really want to, you can go jump in the water and go to the sewers. But for the most part, you'll just be spinning circles around this area. So yep, that's pretty much it as far as de-leveling goes. I'll do one more quick map overview here. So when you're first starting, you're gonna be, character creation at the beach. You're gonna run around here, get level 4. Again, you're grabbing these obelisks along the way. You're gonna head over here to, I guess that's what it's called, the Ruins of Nibir, right next to the city of Meda. You're gonna get to level 8. You're gonna kind of run over here, climb up here, get the obelisk, and then third obelisk, and then you'll come down to the Crimson Stronghold, get to level 11, come all the way over here, get the obelisk here. You do have to kind of climb up and do some parkour. So you'll make your way onto this bridge and then kind of bounce your way up here. Yep, and then you'll head over here and you'll do this until 15. You'll do the 2 elite packs and this field until you're 16. And you'll head over to Exod here and then do this farm field until you're 20. Definitely make sure you have a good weapon set before you move on. Gear, not so much, but the weapons are mandatory. And then you'll head over to the Ramberg. So come on here, grab Obelisk. I would recommend grabbing the second one by taking the elevator here. Because if you die, you spawn right here, and then you just kind of jump down and continue doing your rotations here. So that's it. Now, all right, this is going to be the introduction of the Farever Supercut. I'm going to go over a bunch of stuff best I can for the pros and cons and fun stuff of each of the classes. I won't spoil too much, but you will be able to kind of click on the sections of the video to drag yourself to anything of interest. But every class has something to offer. They're all worth playing. It just depends on what your goals are, and then as the game releases more content, that'll kind of bring the class advantages forward or make them a lot more clear, especially when any type of PvP or extended raid content releases. But let's go ahead and jump into Priest. Priest is your strongest support class right now, purely because you can pump out a ton of healing with Amon, as well as any shield or fortification with the mirrors. Now, the gear I have is not perfect on all these classes based on a lot of different things I was experimenting with. For this particular build that I was running in the solo hard modes, it would have been better if I had kind of went more faith strength. I was experimenting with a toothpick to see if we can keep swirling embers up and how much more damage that would add. And honestly, it was surprising to see how much damage that the because you're hitting so many spells on Priest. You actually can get 3 to 4 bees up at once, and then you can empower them, and the damage is actually pretty high. So that's why I'm kind of sticking with Pocket Hive here. And the gear we know is kind of like what I've gotten to drop. Didn't want to have to go out of my way to get it when the next content, the level cap will increase. So the goal was to mainly see what each class is capable of and where the strength in the weapon sets and other combinations is. So if we wanted to maximize this weapon set, it would be strength faith. So don't really even have to show the gear, but I at least have the crit build on all the classes. So class skills, this is pretty much your general layout. I was experimenting with Beacon of Hope in the entire set of runs for Priest. Eventually deemed that it's not worth it for now. But because the cooldown for Crusader and Beacon are so long, it's kind of a negligible 5 to 15% difference. Not a huge deal. A lot of the procs are RNG anyways. It's kind of whatever. But outside of that, these are all pretty static. I just use the Radiant Verdict with damage just to kind of get more out there. Have something stacking whenever there's multiple mobs, or just to kind of get just a little bit extra damage in. Everything else is pretty standard. You got Faithful Winds with the heal. This is basically, you know, heal on command at any time, a movement speed boost. This is your damage buff. Same thing, damage crit cooldown. So you know, you can kind of experiment with the rest, but you know, you're probably going to find that that's you know, this is the ideal. So I will just tab through the remaining here. We did damage and we did healing, so that's it for class skills. And you can kind of just pause the video or screenshot talents. You know, Priest, it's pretty cut and dry. These are the talents for getting out as much damage as you can. If you're kind of leaning more DPS supportive, and you know, just based on how these look right now, you're not necessarily going a tanking route. Be probably more suited for warriors. So that's pretty much it for Priest. You know, the rotation is pretty standard. You know, you just melee to file combo attack. As soon as you land the last hit, you know, you'll hit your prayer. As you're hitting, if you crit, you'll do your one skill, the Ram Veil, and you'll just do that over and over to get, you know, heals if it crits. As you spam your spells, you'll generate bees with Pocket Hive, and then you can empower them with your is it the Brood Leap? Yeah. So that's pretty much it. I'll say, out of all the classes, you know, Priest is kind of leading in being, it's hard to say, not necessarily everybody's main character, but everyone's leading character. So they'll start with the Priest. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll stay with it, but when the Nightling content came out, and if you'd seen in other videos, or if you played yourself, you would have noticed that there was quite a lot of priests because they have the highest survival rate without being terribly behind in damage. There's definitely a gap, a very large gap between priest and warrior, but between priest and mage, or rogue, you know, depending on the fight, you know, the gap can kind of close, but there's still going to be a gap because they're DPS, and this is more of a supportive class. You could run, you know, World Ender on a priest, but at that point, you know, it's just like, is it even a priest anymore? And you know, I will continue to contend that the ultimate meta is the one where you enjoy the time. You know, you have fun on the game, and that's different for everyone. And for me, that's class identity and, you know, uniqueness and enjoying different aspects of playing and not having all classes be the same. So that's it for Priest. We'll go ahead and go on over to the Mage. I did different builds with the Mage. It was really hard to get anything that would be good sustain for DPS and not be scrambling for heals, and the talents are incredibly wonky, and it almost pushes you to spec into melee. But the weird thing is like when you look at your options, and based on the build that I've selected, which I call the water boxer build, you end up not specking into the physical damage talents just because you want to maximize other things. So again, you can pause and screenshot here and kind of absorb that on your own. Skills I selected are absolutely essential, is the double blink, or the echo step. Static Nova, Spark Shield, Mystic Empowerment. It's gonna be pretty obvious as you're running different builds. I think Chrono Reset is just way too long and very negligible among a lot of builds. Why I'm not running it. So yeah, we got double blink for Rune here. We got the Spark Shield increases armor by 200%. It's massive. There's really nothing else that competes with that. Did cooldown reduction here, and what's nice about this is we get multiple uses of Mystic Empowerment from having such a extreme reduction, 90 seconds. So it's a minute and a half off there. And I believe that covered it. Static Nova triggers all conduits. Let's see. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I haven't gotten all runes on all classes because it's just a slog to get them now. But this is pretty nice based on the conduits I have set up. Now, because of this build, so Claudius and the clams, you don't need more than one power conduit to get your mastery up. You only need one, and then these shards will just be pinging left and right, because this is a very engaged build. You're always pressing something. It's akin to Monk from World of Warcraft, where you benefit from hitting a different skill each time before hitting the Tide Rising uppercut. So you might be do Twin Claw, throw Tide Totem first. Always, you want to get these down no matter what. Tide Totem, Twin Claws. You'll trigger maybe either Spark Beam, Static Nova, Spark Shield. Really, you're just trying to, as best as you can, rotate between the two, but eventually you will have to not rotate, and you'll lose out on some damage. But again, this build is so fun for the mage. It's not very often that you'll play a distinctly melee or battle mage, if you will. But I've definitely had a lot of fun playing this build. I was a little bit worried when I was leveling up mage. I was like, man, these range builds are pretty weak. They lack sustain. They lack a good single target DPS. Is mage just going to be confined to just doing AOE with your Radiance, Magma Mia, whatever build you want to do. Although I do like Radiance and Clams as a combination. That's pretty fun one. You can definitely get some sustain, some heals, and then keep kiting and slowing them just based on everything you use. So it was an unexpected good combination that you'll see in the video for the Crimson Barracks. Not to spoil too much. So for this is pretty much just Dex in. Again, you can shift on all your weapons to kind of see what they benefit from. But it's pretty cut and dry there. Dex in, and then a little bit of Faith Intellect to kind of boost healing. And again, every class is a crit build, so you're always going to have the pen, the crit rings, You're going to have the Zealot on it. That's what's looking hot for all classes right now. So aside from that, is basically the highest sustained build that I found. Most practical in all situations. You can has one of the quickest up times to kind of knock something out, get a stun going, get some crowd control. So while it may not match the DPS of the warrior, Mage definitely has a lot of utility to throw around, and having the the healing totems down that can damage enemies like by proxy. It's a really neat thing to have. So again, Mage definitely with this build has a great fun factor. I had a really good time just kind of no matter where I'm going, just the constant barrage and a very engaging rotation makes it super fun to play. And that's the most important part. It just so happens to be the most sustainable build that I've found. There may be something a little bit more meta, a little bit more damaging, but I don't want to sacrifice the engaging rotation where it's fun, as long as it can kind of meet standards of clearing content and being supportive and having good survival. So that's it for Mage. Now, Rogue has seen a lot of changes over time, whether it's like access to heals and how the damage scales. And after a recent patch in Nightling, a lot of the bleed damage went back up to kind of how it was at level 20 prior to Nightling. I like to run the Twin Fangs, and if it can be, if heals are not required or heavy and you can get away with blocking and potions or eating, running the toothpick and embers, heart of the furnace, just whatever, this is going to be your highest DPS output for this build. There's an argument for running the Iphion stars, but that build personally puts me to sleep. It's just a very slow range, hit your skill every, 15, 20 seconds. And even if it can kind of be good in some situations, like, why are you even playing this game if you're going to just be playing like a sleeper build? I don't care, if it's the best. It's either I'm going to get something just a little bit more fast-paced and engaging, or I'm not going to play that class at all. So there's been some debate surrounding that, and some people might like that, but for me, rogues are up close and personal. They're flashy, and I like the way that these weapons kind of play out for the rogue. It's very fitting. It's very distinct. I like the proxy damage you can do with bleeding and moving on to the next thing. I like the engaging rotation and skill cap required for the rogue. It's the highest of all classes. You have to pay attention to everything that you're doing. A lot of the times, just to stay alive, we have to have Thornlace on for heal. And on some fights, it's just, again, everything matters. And if you mess up really just one or even two parts of an engagement, you could die. So but once you kind of start to master it, it becomes again just as fun as the other classes if you're really into high skill cap type gameplay. So this is not a surprise. Again, it's just going to be Dex face, I believe. Yes. So I set him up with Dex Face. It kind of accommodates everything from the fangs to the toothpick to the heals on Thornlace. Class skills, really, you're going to be running, these four for the most part. You might swap out Shadow Step with Smoke Bomb depending on where you are. You can use Knife's Tempest to spread poisons on everything. I'll explain that in a bit, but I'll just click on the runes that I have for each of these. So we'll start with the knives. It is the only rune that I have. Reduces armor, and not a bad thing to have. So that's what I got there. Shadow Step generating 2 combo points. I kind of stuck with that just because, an extra. You never know when you might need it to get a better finisher, higher heal. It's really hard to justify picking the other ones based on the utility of these 2 combo points. Death Mark. You'll never run into a situation with that. I don't know that one yet, but I know that this is, from what I looked up, Domination is the one you want to have. So if you have it, switch to that. But that's what I got there. And then I believe Urge to Kill was another. Yeah, Chronic Urge is the one that I wanted, but all I have is this one. So if you can get Chronic Urge, get that. But these are not terrible differences, but I know there is definitely, a boost to be had with those runes, but it's not a terrible difference when these are, long cooldowns. Yeah, so Dex Face, and it's kind of, if you watch the runs, it'll do better justice with how, Rogue kind of needs to engage in certain ways. Sometimes you can go full throttle. Other times you gotta do a little bit more precise hits, very targeted. You have to, it's kind of hard to explain. Sometimes you're full throttle. Sometimes you let off the gas. Sometimes you're saving your skills and your skill points for a specific thing, whether it could be damage or healing at a moment's notice. So really, it's a very high skill cap and choice-driven class based on whatever you need in the moment. So that's probably the most justice I can do with that. But yeah, that's pretty much the weapons, the gear, skills, and then of course pause video, take a screenshot of these skills here. Now, because you'll, the heals aren't enough from the poisons. Like, yeah, they do help, but it's kind of, it just doesn't compare to Bloom from Thornlace. That's really your best shot at staying alive, and there are times where you might have to completely pull back until the cooldown from this recovers, and everything else here is just kind of supporting the rogue strength of kind of being a jump in, get a bunch of bleeds and poisons running, and then jump back out if if you're low on health or moving on to the next objective, whatever it may be. So pretty much it for rogue here. Now, warrior is definitely the, as you'll see in the video, the leading damage dealer, and also has some pretty insane heals with the world splitter, especially once you get your stacks going, and also with the the passive of this weapon. So crit build, you're going to be running strength faith, so that'll help with your again, also pocket hive. It'll help with bees. Even though you don't spam skills as much as priest, this is still helpful for any range damage cases, it's supportive, get a little extra heal. It's not really a whole lot of other greater options. You could do B Fury for a couple, or for some more heals. But Judgment isn't as strong as it used to be because you're not spamming Raging Smash anymore. It doesn't do as much damage. So the bees from the Pocket Hive have kind of taken over in that regard from what I've found. So when all your weapon skills are maxed out, you're typically going to sort of run in and get some stacks up. If you're confident you're not going to die, you'll blow your cooldown so you can kind of start getting damage going. Once you get your stacks higher or somewhere in between or at the start, depending on the situation, you'll get your damage debuff. If you start getting some bees, get the Brood Leap out, and of course you'll blow your cooldowns. But this is a pretty NASCAR build. You just kind of swing and spin around, and you just do just an assload of damage. It's really nothing to compare to it. I almost slept on Warrior, because leveling one was very painful, dying quite a lot on AoE pulling. Pick up a world splitter as fast as humanly possible. Doesn't matter what level you are. Just jump in the rift and get one as soon as possible, because this weapon will carry you to everything you can possibly do in the game. It is extremely strong. I'm glad it exists because the other options were pretty boring, to be honest. I like the tankiness of the double charge of the Warrior, and the utility of the stuns that you have and the damage you can put out. And I think this is the best build to make the Warrior the most worth it and engaging to play, even if you're pretty much just holding left click the majority of the time, getting your stacks up. It is by far the easiest, well, aside from Priest, which you'll kind of never die on if you're running the Amon Shield build. This kind of is parallel or next in line with being like the very, very, a very relaxed build. As far as DPS goes, you can just kind of chill out and just keep swinging, and even if you press nothing else besides holding left click, you're still gonna do fine, with damage, and you'll keep yourself alive with the heal, and so that's pretty much Warrior. So yeah, I already said Strength, Faith. Your class skills are, really you're just putting out stuff for more damage. You could do Ignore Pain for damage reduction, but we got Double Charge. I just did this because I don't have anything else. I would have otherwise done like maybe more damage. And the same thing here. If I had more skills, I might choose something different. But again, these are just cooldowns, so not the end of the world. But yeah, this is pretty much the setup, and here are the talents. Just a combination of damage dealing and getting a little bit of support. So yeah, that's pretty much it for Warrior. It is pretty ridiculous what the Warrior can do throughout each of the runs, and at one point completely or practically skipping boss mechanics, or unbelievably trivializing some of the dungeons. It's just, I did not expect from the leveling experience to kind of get to the point that this class is at right now. Just an absolute monster. And you also see that in Rift footage. You know, pretty much the only group content that I wanted to leave in for the video, but just kind of walking up to, if you have 12 people in the instance and walking up to a rift with a bunch of extra mobs and just kind of clearing it on your own. And I think the sad part was I was maybe in a fresh pack of 25s, and I was kind of clearing individual rifts faster than they were as a group. So yeah, the warriors fully kitted out are monsters, you know, like a lot of other games, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll add in different commentary throughout the video as I see fit. But as it stands right now, you know, all classes are, you know, pretty equal in terms of having a reason to play them. Not so equal in terms of the most engaging builds. Fairly equal in terms of fun, depending on what you like in gameplay, but each class does have a weapon set that will kind of fit what people want. And, you know, when PvP does come out, I think that'll definitely spice things up a lot and, you know, bring out some more weapon combinations than we're seeing right now. Because it's, you know, once you find the DPS and the AoE combination, you tend to just kind of stick to that and not do much else. So yeah, I hope you find the rest of the supercut informational and maybe enjoyable. I know it's kind of just some standard speed clears, but the whole purpose was to kind of just get some comparisons out there and get some data and have some fun, you know, learning how to do some speedrun strats. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the video. Okay, so kind of gonna give a couple disclaimers here. You know, the most obvious being that, you know, as you watch some of these runs, it's gonna look like some of them are maybe the first, second, or third time, depending on wiping on speed clearing strats or things of that nature. Some of them will be a lot more refined. So, you know, you might have low, mid, high sweat levels, just maximum locked in. It all depends on which class it is and you know, if there's any resets or not. So the priest, of course, having not died and cleared every single dungeon and raid without dying, is, you know, gonna seem a little bit loose, because I ran the priest as, you know, when starting on the next dungeon, I would run him through first, and some of those I was kind of re-memorizing the layout. So kind of disclaimer there is that because I'm putting a point system to all of the classes to kind of give you know, somewhat of a damage comparison, for the most part, that's really the only thing that priest is at disadvantage for. But I was kind of fine with that, just because I knew that it was going to get out damaged by all the other classes. You know, just because it's supposed to be a support class. Even if you're going to run the world splitter, world ender axe with the, you know, with more of a strength build, that doesn't feel like a priest at that point. It just kind of feels like a warrior that can throw out some heals, and it just felt weird, to be honest. I think it really suits the warrior, but Amon and you know, some off weapons, shield, whatever, just really made the priest feel like a priest and offered a style of gameplay that definitely suits it well. But yeah, that being said, you know, you'll kind of see as these, you know, runs go on, that, you know, priest is pretty straightforward with its rotation. You kind of just plow through, just kind of heal your way through anything, face tank. There's really, you know, once you kind of get kitted out with the Mon, The danger levels is typically pretty low as long as you have high crit and you get that final hit, which crits, which allows you to ram veil and heal yourself. And then you're still running low, you got your prayer. You're still running low, you got the healing rune for the faithful winds. You need a heal after that, well, you still got your healing pot. You know, but it almost never comes to that case on priest. And you know, if you're running this build where you have a shield, you know, you have like all the armor in the world, so it's just priest is definitely just the highest survival class for sure. And for these first 4 class runs, you know, I'll be kind of just giving like an overview of all the things I like about them. And with my rambling, like you're gonna see that, you know, we're already on the boss here. This first dungeon is pretty free. You might as well consider it a target dummy that attacks you. So it's a pretty good indicator of you know, what DPS is gonna look like in best case conditions for all classes. No moving targets, no worrying about healing. Just kind of go full throttle and see what each class can do. So that being said, I've kind of said all I really needed to about priest. You can see it kind of comes in here at you know, 4 minutes, and I believe that was 30 seconds. I'd have to double check. I'm doing a live recording, so I had the video window a little bit small there. And well, we can go ahead and keep this going since you know, we're about to be on Mage here. So what I really like about Mages is you know, being able to be a melee force. You know, just an absolute force with your punches and the healing totems whipping out, you know, extra damage that AoEs and also provides a heal. You know, the uppercuts for, you know, anything from like 500 to I think the highest I've seen was 1500 damage is just really satisfying. You can practically, you know, one shot certain mobs if you got those stacks running, just depending on the situation. So it's very satisfying. It's very high input and rewarding build. It's definitely one of the more fun builds I've played in really any MMO. I like Farever in general, but you know, tab targeting can get kind of old in a lot of games, and I like the aiming, the verticality, and you know, some assist skills. You know, when you blend them all together, I think Farever does a good job at kind of getting that going. I just wish each class had a little bit more skills, but I guess we'll see what happens when the roadmap starts to pan out and release more content. Yeah, the Mage is fun because the damage output or the initial burst is it's just super strong, and it has, you know, great sustain with this water boxing build, and I couldn't really find too much else that would give it good survivability other than, you know, maybe running the mirrors for having like a constant shield, but even then you get sort of whittled down by the lack of health regeneration. So that's kind of how the totems were born, and then having the heal for the spark beam, which I actually didn't cover in the beginning. So really, between the, you know, stacking a bunch of totems, even more so with the Mystic Empowerment cooldown, and then running your Spark Beam, you're just a menace, and it's a very sustainable build. Some of the other ones I was trying out, it's like you're falling apart in DPS, or you're falling apart with heals. So this is a very you know, it may not be the absolute meta because I haven't tried all builds with the maximum slotted stat that's associated with it. But even if there was something better, it's kind of hard to get away from this build just because of how fun it is to play, and it does a really good job at DPS and healing. So, and like also providing support to other raid members, because they're gonna get, you're basically an impromptu druid at that point, giving them heal over time, and you can be tactical with where you place your totems, and if you need to slow enemies, the fun thing about this is you can throw down a totem and hit your 2 skill, I think it's Twin Fist, as you're running away, and if it's near a totem, the enemy will be slowed, right? So, if you already blew your static nova and you have nothing else, you could throw down a totem and just continue to slow them that way. And it applies with any skill, like any mage skill. You could blink, it'll slow them. Shield, it'll slow them. It's just the possibilities for this build is just so I'm just really looking forward to more challenging PvE content. And of course, I know PvP is going to be a disaster in terms of balancing and registering hits and things like that. But when they do start to kind of clean that up, assuming this game gets future updates, I think it'll definitely be fun to try out. Moving on to the rogue here. Very skill heavy, very decision heavy, and very purposeful in what you're doing. Everything counts. You're looking at combo points, you're looking at positioning, you're looking at your health, you're looking at specific ways to damage different clusters of mobs. You're looking at holding combo points for popping or popping your heal and then doing a big finisher to get more of your health back, or using the urge to kill to do a massive extended heal session. So there's really a lot of different things that come into play for playing a rogue well. You can also time your different bleeds per different boss mechanics to get some more DPS in at very opportune times. So there's just rogue super engaging because of the skill cap and the constant uptime of always doing something, and also not every fight is going to be the same. You may have to reconsider your approach based on whatever's happening, whereas like a lot of the other classes, it's just kind of more of a reposition and then just kind of jump back in. But rogues, sometimes you may have to adjust your rotation to get your health back up, or to start positioning to do your get a good damage rotation rolling again, or get your bleeds back up, or based on a boss mechanic happening, you may need to throw in a shadow step. So it's very there's a lot going on, and that's not for everybody, but for ADHD brain like myself, it's very enjoyable. I like classes that kind of require a lot going on, and more buttons to press and decisions to make. It just feels satisfying. Like when I cleared Crimson Barracks on the rogue in a singular try after a lot of learning attempts. The most satisfying run that I had in the entire game, like by far, because trying to speed clear Crimson Barracks as a rogue is an absolute nightmare unless you know what you're doing. So, but yeah, just I can continue to ramble for a very long periods of time, but I guess that kind of adds to the flavor of the video. I do have over 300 hours in Farever, and I think I'm hoping that the devs continue to care about it and really cater to its audience, because one thing that kind of happened in terms of adding riffs onto this video was that I could not for the life of me get more than one single video of the priest uh getting a rift as a solo. I just there's always people queuing up. um I tried to aim at different points of the day. I tried to leave and come back, but there's always someone in the instance. So it's really, yeah, that goes to show that a lot of people care about this game. They enjoy it. There's a lot of good things going on for it, and there's some bugs here and there, but those are very permissible for the early access state that it's in. um Jumping into giving some commentary on the warrior here. It's a very NASCAR type build, except that I prefer to turn right, but you just kind of spin circles around your cluster of mobs and just kind of swing your axe and do ridiculous damage, and heal yourself when you get the final combo attack, and then once you get 5 stacks, you're just an unstoppable force. So really, your main mechanic is just kind of positioning and keeping your stacks up and blowing your cooldowns when you have them. But it's a warrior for you. So it's not always the most engaging, or or the most skill heavy, because it's kind of following the trope or the archetype, but is definitely the most effective class by far right now. Like just it's S tier class 100%. Yeah. If we're to put each class in a tier, in terms of DPS, it's going to be warrior in S tier, and then there's argument to be said about rogue mage being in either A or B tier depending on the situation. Priest and C, maybe super low B tier in terms of DPS. It's not supposed to really be any higher because it's support class, but and then maybe fun factor of all the classes, I would definitely put warrior. Well, yeah, we'll start with warrior because it's easier to kind of look at the less engaging class. In terms of enjoyment, I guess the enjoyment of the warrior is that it's just so strong that you can just be a powerhouse, and that part winning is enjoyable, I guess. But as far as like the rotation and things like that go, maybe like C, lower B tier in terms of enjoyment. I do like it enough to kind of keep playing it, and the fact that it's the most strong everything, really, it makes it hard to not play it very unexpectedly after a leveling experience. But it really is it's tough because priest, rogue, and mage all have their things, and I really love the water boxing build on mage. I want it to be better than it is, but it is a current limitation of the class. It's just the stats are the stats, and that's what it's gonna be. But regardless of it not even being the highest damage, the fact that you can do high damage and also heal and also control mobs and also switch to an AoE staff, mage is definitely fun to AoE things on. I think it would be the strongest by far. If you could pull more than if you could pull more than 10 mobs, like maybe 20 to 30, that would be really fun to see. Might have to try it in the hive trunk, because that's probably the only place I can think of where there's enough mobs and they won't de-aggro based on like all the eggs and things like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess Mage is kind of leading for me, and then I don't know what it is about Priest. I always have kind of liked support classes. I wish there was hard enough content to kind of experiment with running Amon and the Mirror, but you're pumping out heals so fast that it's just, I don't understand how anyone can really die unless there's really nothing to hit and somebody's caught out of place. But I remember running the Mirror and just having like a shield of like 500 to 1,000. It was just inconceivable, at that point, and that might get tuned later. But even when it's, even if they do tune it, just being able to run those both at the same time just feels very satisfying as a support class that can also do, a decent amount of damage and pull weight. If I were to put a percentage to like where healers normally are in MMOs and games like this that have somewhat of this game's not very super strong in Holy Trinity of tank, DPS, heals, but it does have some of those factors in it. Threat exists, heals exist, DPS exists, so therefore the Trinity exists. Normally they throw healers at like the 10-20%, in terms of like the scaling. So like let's say if you do, like, to really simplify it, if you can do 10 damage, right, or like a 10 DPS per minute, whatever, for like a rogue, right? Rogue's busting his ass, he puts out 10. They usually kind of leave healers at that like 1 to 3 mark, and it just kind of puts you in this position of not being as engaged with that class because DPS may not be worth it for PvE. It might drain your mana or whatever the game mechanics are. But that's not the case in this game. Like, actually, this support class is sitting at like a 6 or a 7, which is really high for a healer. So not only do you provide like ridiculous healing and support and a speed movement utility for everybody, you can also run a weapon that gives a shield, so you have damage reduction, and then you can also be just cranking out DPS and you have a shield and you can tank for a bit if needed. So that's why, again, like, if we're going back to like fun factor, like, priests are just fucking, they're they got it going on just as much as warriors do. But when you play the water boxer build on Mage, you got those different mechanics and the placement of the totems, and it's really fun to get lucky and have like 6 of those lying around and just kind of whip out a crap load of burst damage and just watch people stay capped up with healing, including yourself if you're doing solo content. So yeah, I guess that being said, maybe Rogue will kind of probably go in probably B tier, I guess. I really like the especially when I played before the Nightling patch, like, rogues are just monsters with the bleed damage. And when you ran Toothpick and Swirling Embers, and the crit just kind of kept that thing going, and that did a bunch of damage, and everything you did just really it was like this runaway snowball that would go Mach 5. Rogues back then were, I'd probably put that back up at A tier, but now damage is a little bit scaled down, and probably rightfully so, because I don't think setting up a row of bleeds should just absolutely annihilate automatically. So where they're kind of at now still makes rogues attractive enough to want to play, but also I don't know.
just in comparison to the other three, and what you might play each class for. Maybe like mid B, and that'll definitely change once PvP comes out. But as far as PvE goes and just general gameplay goes, rogues definitely are the last in line in terms of survivability. And when I was doing these runs, the survival rate of the rogue was incredibly low for some dungeons and some speed strats. So, that kind of puts a damper on, the fun factor for some classes. You don't want the game to be trivialized by having like extreme healing like priest or the warrior swinging the big old axe, but at the same time you don't want to have to like run away every pole and be disengaged from your rotation and kind of plowing through your enemies. But there's a careful balance of all these things, and I think the way everything is right now, it's decently tuned for early access. It used to be ridiculous at that 20 range, based on what I saw with really all classes. And God, the priest Amon was just insane. Like, you couldn't press your rotation fast enough to keep up with all the procs. And the procs also used to do a lot more damage, and the melee hits also used to do a lot more damage. Going back to that scale, priest would probably have been sitting at like maybe like an 8 or a 9, right? So you're talking like a full-on DPS comparison and heals that were just super, super heavy and powerful. But now they've kind of tuned all classes to be a little bit more equalized and not extremely trivializing content. But people also, I'm not sure which direction the devs are kind of taking with this game in terms of like, I guess let me kind of backtrack a bit. When you're fully kitted out with your gear and things like that, I think it's great to be super powerful, like you'll see in some of these speedruns, and I think that is the reward. And the gearing experience and the leveling experience is not what you're gonna see in these videos. Like, it was something that had to be earned, and that's why I have 300 hours across all of these classes. So I think they did a great job in that regard. There's good exploration, there's good progression and systems, and you have your little social elements of the game. There are missing features, but this game is extremely alt-friendly. Just a lot of good things going on. And even when your interest in the game kind of dries up, the second they drop any new content for it, you'll be flying right back, just because you get to start the progression loop again, or maybe they added a big old new feature, or it's a fun game to kind of hang around on, and it feels good to play. It has good verticality. Something that other games kind of struggle to do. The fact that you can kind of run and glide and use slingshots and still have a DPS rotation like an MMO is just it's really refreshing from like a lot of the tab target spam. I made the comment that if this had come out around the same time as WoW and it had the same developer quality put into it with pushing out content, I don't know how many people would still be playing World of Warcraft if this game had arenas and all those types of things. You might be able to compare it to I might not even be able to remember the name of it. Not Guild Wars. It was another MMO. that had, you know, a little bit of a telegraphing system. But even then, I don't think that game didn't really have as much verticality. It was just sort of similar to how the skills play out in Farever. But you know, going back to some of the runs that are going on here, you know, you'll notice different strats for kind of going through and trying to clear it, you know, as fast as possible. I do wish that the developers will kind of add more mob density and being able to pull more mobs and to really push the game and the classes to their limits, because the only place that I was really able to do that was just the Crimson Barracks. Mostly because it's like more elite mobs and they have different skills that'll mess you up, but there's something satisfying about being able to pull more than like 10 to 15 mobs. You know, we're talking like 20, 30, 40, pull just a truckload of mobs and fighting your way through them one by one or in clusters or AoEing them all at once. I really hope that can kind of come to this game at some point. But you know, what we have now is still very satisfying. You know, you still get your clusters, and based on the skills that you have, it's kind of appropriate damage output for them for the most part. You know, even when you're fully geared, you know, you can see you're not necessarily one-hitting the mobs or blowing through them extremely quickly, like unless you get like a big crit or something. But you know, everything is it's definitely in a good spot in terms of where it's tuned. But again, this is early access. I haven't read the roadmap too much, but I think I remember seeing, you know, there's gonna be more classes, level cap of 50, 60, I'm not sure. It's you know, you can take a look at total mounts and gliders and things like that, and you can kind of see that this is you know, the point that we're at right now is somewhat of a halfway mark. A lot of the map is hidden. There's a lot more things planned for the future. I do wish that they had a better social system and they had things explained more clearly or helpful tips in terms of the social system and partying and things like that. I remember when I had first started talking to some people on the game and we were trying to figure out how to queue up for the dungeon as a party. We didn't understand how to, and everybody went into their own individual instance instead of waiting for each other and then queuing up all at the same time, which is, you know, kind of a weird system, but it's the way it is. And we all split, and there's no chat function to connect to them, and there's no chat history, and what could have been, you know, a good friendship with people you met on a game is gone forever, right? Unless you had like a third-party app or mod or whatever that tracked like Steam IDs, or you know, some games you can kind of see the history of who you played with, but unless you happen to know, you know, that's kind of a lost opportunity, gone forever. Do seriously hope that they kind of fix that natively rather than having to use any external items to kind of you know, make that happen. I also do wish that they would add more room for prompting or even needing group content. Not entirely warped the game to make it less solo friendly, because I think that's one of its strongest selling points is you can do literally everything in this game solo, and you can engage in group content if you want. The raids kind of push you into that, but it does turn into a bit of a carnival ride when you have a bunch of geared people and you just kind of you get in, you lock in, and then you just kind of run over the boss, and then you're already done, because it's not progression territory anymore. Although I will say that when we were progressing on the raids, we had all of the good stuff, the good feelings, the cheering the last survivors on, the coming up with new strategies, just the good stuff you love to see in an MMO. Yeah, entering the rifts for the first time, especially on the Matt Damon boss, was very satisfying. And oh my god, I've been talking for a while. And occasionally you'll get some of that new players, and maybe they'll mess up the mechanics so they don't know them yet, and you'll get that feeling again. But just those first few weeks after the rifts came out, it just felt really good to play on this game. That's why I'm excited for more content to come out. And then Chakram, I wish they didn't nerf it, and we'll get to see that in what I assume to be the maximum difficulty heroic or whatever it's called, because you have normal and then hard or whatever it is. So we'll do tiers: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. The 3 buttons you press when you queue up a dungeon. Tier 3, I'm looking forward to how insane they make that, because the initial Chakram, it was so difficult that for the first time in a long time, I was actually prompted to look for every possible option, like to the skin of my teeth, like every potion, every flask, every strategy, maxing out skills. Do we need another player? Does a player got to run a specific build? Do I need to complement their build? Do we need to stack something? Do we need a debuff? Like that initial Chakram fight was really pushing us to our limits, and I thought that for some, that may be frustrating, because I was starting on the solo side, and it absolutely, insane. Couldn't meet the, in the level 20 gear or some 25 gear before I got geared. Couldn't meet the DPS check. Even when I got geared, it was really struggling to. I was barely crossing that DPS check, and by the time I would get it to around 30% of that fight, there was a ridiculous amount of portals. You would get one shot if you took hits from things, or just like 90% of your health. And then the gates of Nephilim, there'd just be so many of those opening up that you'd kind of struggle to keep up. And if you're having to focus on the gates for too long, then you'd fall behind in damaging the boss, and then there'd be too many gates, and you get hit by something, and then boom. So you're really getting squeezed from all angles in that original fight. But after they kind of tuned it, I really do think that they made it just too easy at that point. And the evidence for that is by the time I made it to Chakram, after the fucking Volcano and Robin Hood madness, all classes one-shot it pretty definitively. It wasn't even really, even for Rogue, Rogue maybe took 2 tries after, figuring out something, if I remember right. But yeah, looking forward to the new content when it comes out. Commentary is gonna kind of come to an end soon. It is getting late, and I've kind of said a lot of what I wanted to say about this game. This is just kind of a supercut to showcase a lot of things about it, and I wanted to get a class comparison out there, not just for entertainment's sake of other people, but get some data and remember what things are like, and this will be a good memory to watch later at another time. Trying to think of kind of like what else to share. So, we did some ratings and rankings and tier lists. So yeah, maybe survivability is going to priest is highest, followed by warrior with that world splitter axe, and then maybe either tied or slightly below. It's going to be no, definitely below. The mage should be after that, and then rogue after that. Because it's hard. Like the mage has plenty of rotating options to get heals down. Rogue literally relies on the thorn lace skill being used, and then once that's on cooldown, you're kind of screwed. Or if you don't have combo points build up, you're also screwed, and you have to wait until you do that before you can pop it. And when you're moving hit to hit for your survival, that's just a lot easier to handle in the mage because you got a double blink, and rogues don't have a whole lot of movement utility without a ridiculous amount of setup. So yeah, let's see. Trying to think of what else, because I figured this video might turn out this way, where I do a large long section of commentary as opposed to highlighting things at different parts. I'll say this in advance. I think my favorite rogue moment was the Robin Hood fight. My favorite mage moment was the volcano fight, if I remember right. I unlocked a new strat for clearing faster that gave the mage advantage in that set. Favorite warrior part. It was really annoying. Maybe it's not the favorite part. Maybe two parts. It was annoying, but kind of made things a lot easier, and it was able to put an end to that dungeon. Was that I just spin circles around that Crimson Barracks boss, and he was gone. All the other classes are kind of forced to fully play out the mechanics and watch your step, and just a high octane pace, and the warrior just fucking spins in circles and wins. That's it. I do like how the double charge kind of played out in some spots, and also on the volcano fight for warrior, how you just cleave the shit out of the each phase of mobs. But it's just a warrior in this setup. It just really feels big two-handed axe, powerful hits, feels good, does a lot of damage. It's got a heal that comes with it. It just feels good. And again, that might change because I don't know, it all depends. It all depends on the content coming out for the future. Things may be tuned a certain way because it's preparing for future content release. See that in a lot of games in between expansions, or as things progress. Man, what was I talking about? Class. Is it class enjoyment, class progression? Survivability. Oh, highlights, yeah. I did rogue and mage and warrior. Priest was, I mean, it's always entertaining when you know 100% for a fact that you can probably face tank things that you should not be able to, just because you have such a high output of healing, like the Honeys of Beth, pulling a ton of mobs in Crimson Barracks and just getting that on your first try without a care in the world. Just going full W key into every single boss. It's not always the most skill based, but I think everybody likes a bit of running it down, no brain hack and slash type gameplay, like the full berserk and hit the buttons and some coordination makes it more fulfilling, especially if it was a challenging boss like pre-nerf Chakram. But yeah, so that was probably my favorite moments for all the classes. And the fact that overall, just seeing how that this game is just, it's not very, all things considered, it's not done. It's not super far into development. You can consider it 30%, 40%, 50%, depending on speculation of how accurate the roadmap will be. And still getting over 300 hours, that's really good. There's some fully released games that don't even get that much, and they're very comparable and have all the same bells and whistles. So just hope things continue. Not sure what else to add in terms of commentary for this video. There's I've gotten a lot better at it, kind of just continuously talking about like whatever comes to mind, and because I've kind of held in all my thoughts up until this point for this game, so it makes it a little bit more seamless to provide endless commentary. And the fact that you're talking about 4 classes instead of 1 also helps. I don't know what else to cover. I haven't really talked about the professions all too much. I think those are fine. Maybe just a little bit more work. Some people call this game like an MMO light, and I do think that they could make it a little bit more involved. I think it's pretty loose. Scale of 0 to 10. It's probably like a 3 or 4 on looseness and requirements and things like that. But maybe that'll change when more of the game's content is released, and when it's the full release, they might tune things based on the data that devs have. But the easeability of getting items and crafting and things like that is it's just pretty loose. Like aside from certain items that are just take a little bit more time to get, for the most part you can kind of truck your way through all the professions and craft whatever you want fairly quickly with several, we'll call them player game optimizations that people use to quickly get, more materials and consumables. Not duping, it's not cheating, it's just utilizing a certain method to optimize your speed of resource accrual. In terms of like the overworld, I do think it's a nice overworld. I like the theme. Obviously, this game is not like, it's not the best in terms of like narrative and the theme, but I do think it has its own flavor for sure. And I like the charm that it has. It doesn't. You're like, you have like what, cheese and poison, rats and fantasy monsters and all the archetypes, and with the obsession of bees and honey and things like that. It's all over the place, but it doesn't really have to have an explanation entirely too much. You have your basic lore of like, there was a world-ending war, and you sealed yourself away, and then your generation comes back into the back into the world to explore what's been left behind, and these are the things that you run into. So in terms of like a narrative sense, I guess that does kind of make a little bit more sense, that a lot of the bosses that we're seeing are animal and insect based because they've evolved over time. And then you have the religious cult, which survives all time periods, is temporally immune. So that's why maybe they have, in terms of like human survival, that's where the Inquisition, or the Crusaders, or the Chakram's gang kind of comes in. So you have all these creatures that manifested over that locked away period for humanity, and then you kind of come back to see them all grown, and you kind of just take care of them at your will. So that's kind of like where the narrative's at, but they definitely could have a little bit more. I think it's too non-existent right now. I think there could be more quests and more rewarding quests. I think that runes could definitely be improved upon in terms of the drop chance. I do like the way they were before, but I guess the devs don't like, spamming elites to kind of get them to all drop super quickly, because now the only way you can practically get runes is get extremely lucky, get moderately lucky with an epic soulstone drop, and then beyond that, once you do the soulstone, you have to hope that you get a rune from the soulstone. Now there is diminishing returns, and that you won't get the same rune if you already have it, but if you try to do other generic or workaround means of farming, it just it won't work out. Not sure how lucky people will be for either listening to commentary all the way up until this point, or hearing this specific part. But if you're new to the game, definitely just do everything on your own. Figure everything out as much as you can first before going to videos. As always, that's the real meta, is just kind of enjoying yourself. But if you are struggling, then yeah, this is going to be a video that's kind of helpful to determine which class you want to pick, or showcasing the skills to see what looks appealing to you, or what order you want to level classes in. There was something else I was gonna say. I'm sure it'll either come to me or, you know, we can kind of close up commentary for this video. Oh yeah, now it just so if you are new to this game and you're leveling a new character, AoE mob farming is the way to go for, you know, getting to max level as fast as you can. The first farming point is going to be on the first island, and when you go to the fish spawn, you know, that's kind of encircled with, you know, the curvy bones, and that the chest that's in the camp right next to the City of Meta dungeon entrance. The next AoE location, once you get to like level 8, I believe, is the Crimson Barracks. There's really not much comparing. Hold on, I just kind of spaced out there. Talking about we're talking about places to level at. Yeah, so the fish camp is good there, and oh yeah, there's not much to compare in terms of other ways to get fast XP. So we'll say you can do all of the initial quests on the islands till you can get within 2, you know, level range of that fish camp. And then you get to about like level 7 or 8, whatever feels comfortable for you. You find your AoE build, and then you go to the Enripit zone, or the flight point, and then you go to the little keep that's, you know, like off to your left as you're looking out. That's your next AoE point. Tons of mobs there to pull. When you reach, I think it was like level 10 or 11, that's when you can go head over to where you'll get the Azerum flight point, and then you'll go to the water areas where the little onions are, and you could just start pulling those over and over. When you hit 15, you can start killing the guard captains over and over and pulling the farmers in between. So then you get a full set of green gear, and you're also leveling. And then, yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep here. Yeah, 15, and then once you get to, I think 15 is as early as you can start, 15 or 16, you'll go over north to the flight point that's closest to the cheese station, and then you'll go in the field there, and you'll start pulling all those mobs. When you hit 20, you'll go to the, you'll go, what's it, northwest from Azeram until you get to the Crimson area. There's 2 flight points there. You'll want to grab the second one. That's going up the elevator. Once you're up there, if you're facing the direction that you would have been if you were riding the elevators, so you know you kind of step off and don't do a 180, you'll turn left and then fly off that cliff, and you'll see like almost like a moat in a sense, just a circular ring with a drop down and some grass area, if I remember right. I don't remember. It's a circular area like with a canal. That area is from 20 to 25. And there may be some better AoE spots. I haven't completely like done a thorough check of like the entire map, but I mean like these places are very solid and almost always open, so not having to at least at this point competing with yeah, I'm so tired I'm falling asleep. We just probably end it here in terms of commentary provided. Yeah, so that's your leveling routes. You just find whatever you can AoE, at least, you know, like 10 to 25 mobs. Let me think, how many? Yeah, I think I'd say around like 10 to 20. It depends on where you are, or maybe 10 to 15 more accurately. I guess the last thing I'll go is like just some boss tricks that I've found along the way. If I pull up my my list here, Cydia made not a whole lot of tricks, a couple of movement tech, you know, you just kind of just go crazy with DPS. The mines, there's a couple of jumping tricks to get there faster. In some cases you can tank the damage of the sludge he throws out, depending on the class and situation. But crab, what you're seeing now, fun trick is you can use Mage Blink to go through the wave, or Shadow Step to dodge the wave. So that'll save a bunch of time because you can just keep hitting the boss and then pop that at the last second. Ratsar, you don't have to kill the mobs. Gatsby, you can tank the tornadoes. Volcano, you can skip the ads, but you kill one of them and then you get another one down low so that when the time comes, you can only kill one mob and then detrigger, remove the shield while damaging some of the other ones. And then when another one is low and he gets to a certain percentage where the shield comes back up, you can quickly kill that one, all while not killing all the ads. So that's kind of a tough strat to pull off, but it just happened to happen on the Mage, if I remember right, for the Volcano fight. What else? Honey's the best. Yeah, you can kind of just plow your way through that and sit in the little AoE. You know, on almost all classes. Definitely harder on the rogue, but you know, Mage and Priest and Warrior, you can kind of sit through that. And yeah, no, that's about it for now. I've kind of front-loaded a lot of this commentary. I think the videos kind of explain for themselves. I'm happy with the how everything kind of turned out. It's very informative and interesting, and it's fun to explore the speed clearing and just play the game on all the classes in general. So with that being said, I don't know of any other comment or commentary to provide in this video without kind of being redundant. And, yeah, just hope you enjoy the rest, and I'll in post, once the video is uploaded on YouTube, I'll create the highlights and list you know, each dungeon, and then a couple highlights for each classes based on anything that might be of interest.
Okay, just a fair warning. This is the one section of the video that had a weird in-game audio bug where when I was doing runs across the classes, there was a waterfall sound effect that would not go away despite switching, between characters. It only went away at the point of doing the warrior run when I exited the entire game. So just before it gets too loud on the next characters, just make sure you adjust your volume now, and it's gonna be going on for the next 3 runs here on Priest, Mage, Rogue, and then Warrior audio is fixed at that point.